Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We're gonna get started on Nas. It's 8:47, 9:47 a.m. after market open. Happy money making Monday. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear me. Good afternoon. Can I analyze Euro USD? Yes. We're gonna do all of them because we haven't done any of our chart analysis for the week. So it's Monday. We're definitely gonna get that done. All right, so first I'm starting off on Nas, and I am starting on the monthly. And I just look to see if our monthly candle has ran last month's high or low. And as you can see, it ran last month's high, and now we're traded pretty far away from it. So I'm not going to add anything from my monthly chart. And I'm going to come down to my weekly. And I notice here on my weekly that price has entered this fair value gap. So I'm going to mark up this fair value gap. All right, and my fair value gap lines are purple. Okay. And then I'm going to mark up last week's. This is last week's candle, high and low. All right, then I'm going to come down to my daily, and I want to see what's happening here on the daily. I see price came down into this fair value gap. Good morning. And then it pushed up to this gap. Okay. So I am going to mark this gap here. Okay, so this is our daily gap, and it looks like price didn't quite fully hit 50%, but it came in far enough. So I want to see if it respected this 4-hour gap. And price is pushing back up. Yep, it respected the fair value gap. Now price is currently in another fair value gap, but it looks like it's pushing through it. It's too early for TikTok to be glitching. All right. So now we have this gap here that you can see price has already hit a couple of times. So I'm pretty sure it's going to trade through it and come back up here to last week's high. All right, so since it's already respected this gap here a couple of times, right? It's hit this gap here, here. It's been playing around in this area, but now we have this gap right here. So I'm going to move that to here. Yep. which was last week's high. Price to come outside of this range and then come back underneath this gap here. All right, so since I know price is coming up to this gap, it's just finding I wouldn't say finding a way in because I don't think, yeah, it's only 69 pips, so it's not worth 69 points. So I'm going to just set my alert here and we'll see what happens when price gets here. All right, so I'm going to go and start marking up my weekly pairs. And we will start with Euro USD. All right, and these are last week's levels. So I'm just going to delete my chart. Block order, I'm not sure. Do you mean order block? And you can't see my chart? Can everybody else see my chart? All right, we're going to start on the monthly. And again, I am going to look for last month's candle. I want to see if price broke the high or the low. Okay. I didn't mark up any order blocks. And it didn't, and price isn't near it. I don't see any, well, I was going to say I don't see any relevant trend lines, but we have one here. Let's see how far price is away from it. Yes, quite a way. So we're not going to keep that on our chart. We're going to go down to the weekly. And here on the weekly, price is coming outside of this weekly fair value gap. All right. This is Euro USD. Okay, so this was last week. Price came underneath this gap. It closed underneath the gap also. Okay, and then now price has working its way on top, but we have ran last week's high. So I want to see if we're going to have a CRT move on Euro USD. All right, so the purple lines are my fair value gaps. Black lines are my CRT. So I'm going to mark last week's high, last week's low, and 50% of last week's candle. Okay. So that's all I see. I don't see any trend lines, any patterns, anything like that. So now we're going to come down to the daily. And I want to see what's going on in my daily. Prices are also closed on top of this daily gap here. Okay. I don't see anything else relevant that I want to mark. Now we come down to this 4-hour time frame. And this is, again, price came from this gap. It just came outside of our weekly high. I want to check news really quick. Because price pushed up this morning. So let's see what happened if the news. Okay, so I don't see any news. We have some odd news this evening. That's going to be great to trade for like AJ. Okay, so we got this big, strong, bullish candle, right? And then price came down and gave us a pin bar, shooting star, okay, underneath last week's zone. Now, how do we And as you can see, we have a new week opening gap right here. So we'll come down to the 5 minute, okay? And in order to catch this sell, we need to look for our break of structure, okay? So this was our last low that took us to our last high, all right? Price gave us a break of structure. All right, and then price also left us a fair value gap after the break of structure. And then price came underneath our zone and then pulled back and retested it. Now it's just finding an entry, and here's an entry right here. All right, so price came back, retested it, came back, pulled back again. It broke our low, right? And now we have another gap that price left us. All right, so I'm calling EU sales for my people. And I gotta find my zones on my broker so I can give them the right numbers. All right, to find your numbers on your broker, well, this is just a market entry, right? And stop loss would be here on your 1 minute, and then you'll go to your weekly and use your rectangle box or your fib, whatever you have on your broker, and TP will be 50% of that weekly candle. All right, so it's 9 a.m. Our last candle just closed. Our last hourly candle just closed, and price is reacting to this gap right here. See that? I'm not sure about the UK. You'll have to ask ChatGPT. I am not sure. But you can try CoinX. That's the broker that I use. The link is in the bio. All right, and now you can even tighten your stop loss to here, okay? So you can go to your 1 minute, find this fair value gap, and you can put your stop loss right here. Euro USD. All right, TP, 50% of the weekly. Okay, you go to your weekly and you'll do last week's candle, and you use whatever tool your broker has to let you measure the candle. Okay, so I know on MetaTrader you can use that rectangle box, and that middle dot is 50%. Like sway charts and stuff like that, you'll have to use your fib, and you literally just put your fib from high to low. Right, and you see how my 50% is still the same. All right, so that's Euro USD. We're not going to call any more live trades. We're going to let this one play out, and then we're just going to finish our markup, okay? Actually, I'm lying. GJ. We're in GJ already. I'm not sure if it's going to pull back down to this gap, but if it pulls back down to this gap, you can get in and buy GJ to 50%. I'm going to set my alert. Okay, so that's it. I gave y'all 2 plays. All right, now we can go to gold. I'm going to delete my chart, and we are going to mark up for this week. I start on the monthly. Excuse me. Okay, we're going to start on our monthly. And what I look for on my monthly, if price has ran last month's high or low, and it hasn't, it's still trading on the inside of last month's candle. So now I'll come to my weekly, and I'll mark up last week's high, last week's low, and 50% of last week's range. And then I'll go to my daily. All right, and we got a little trend line situation going on here. All right, and then price currently came into this gap, but I'm not going to mark this gap up, right, because my weekly is right here. So my weekly low is more important than this fair value gap, especially since price already came into it and then traded away. So it already reacted how we wanted price to react at that gap. All right, and then I also see another trend line situation here. I have a rejection here and a rejection here. So I can put this into a wedge. And Nas has just crossed our alert. So let's go look at Nas real quick. Yeah, so whoever came in here and said sell, I think they're gone. This is why I just ignored what they said, y'all. Don't take signals from the chat, okay? So I hope nobody got in that sale. Now let's watch and just wait to see what price does at this gap, okay? Because we have last week's high. I want to see if price is going to run last week's high to give us a CRT move, or is price going to come and break that high and then come to this gap here? Because it's right on top of it. So whoever caught buys today, we're all in sales for Euro USD. Whoever caught buys today on Nas, good work. That was beautiful. Came out of this gap here at 6:30. Let's see, 7:30, 9:15. It gave plenty of entries. Hey, be glad. How you doing? I'm here. The weekends. Uh, the kids wanted to do some stuff this weekend. If you're in the Discord, I have put in the Discord. So Friday, I didn't come on because my daughter passed her test and she is now in dual enrollment. And if you don't know what dual enrollment is, it's when you're taking high school classes and college classes. So we went out this weekend just to celebrate her. So I wasn't here doing any videos, and then I didn't get on last night because it was storming. And I've learned to not do these lives in the storm. So I said, this is why I'm on this morning. You know, normally I'm still in the bed at 9 o'clock, y'all. I trade from my phone in my bed. So I got up just for y'all. Just so we can do these. Yep, I'll be on tonight. All right, so let's go back to gold. I'll be on tonight and we'll do our class and then our daily analysis. Okay, so we left off here on gold. Nope, I think it's the daily. Yes. We left off here on the daily on gold because this trend line under was the last trend line that I drew. And I said it looks like price is trying to create a wedge. Can y'all see that wedge? It's like a triangle pattern, right? If I cut that off, now you can see the triangle, right? All right, so now I'm going to come down to the 4 hour. I want to see what price is doing. So price gave us an opening gap. I don't know if y'all see this gap right here. So this was Friday. This was Sunday. Price gapped up. Price came back into 50% of the gap. If price comes back to this wick, that will be 100% filled. Okay. Now, what is this? Okay, so this is last week's 50% because this is last week's low and this is last week's high. Let's come down to the 1 hour. All right, so price gave us a lower high, right? This is our lower low. This isn't quite a higher high because I haven't broken these highs, right? And then price is somewhat moving sideways right here in this area. If we go down to the lower time frame, you can see it a little bit clearer. Okay, so what is price doing at the moment? I'm not sure. I gotta let it play out. Okay, so we'll see what happens if price is going to come back down and try to bounce off of this trend line, or if price is going to move off of this gap and then come up here into this fair value gap. I say watch it on the 5 minute and wait for your impulsive move and wait for price to break the last piece of structure. Okay. If you're going to sell to this trend line, let price get underneath the gap. Okay. Let price get underneath the gap and retest it, and then you can take it down to this trend line. If price bounces off of this and comes back and close above here, right, it's going to create some type of fair value gap. Get in at that fair value gap, and you can take it up to this trend line or last week's high. Okay? That's all I can tell you about gold. You just got to watch to see what it's going to do and actually take it here into this gap, because you don't want to try to reach for this trend line and then it doesn't break this gap. Okay? So this gap on the 1 hour. All right, NZD USD. NZD USD is pushing outside of last week's range. We're going to go to our monthly. All right, and this is last month's candle. Price has not ran a high or a low. Okay, but I'm pretty sure price is trying to reach for this gap up here. It's just when, right? So we'll come down to our weekly. And you can see price came up out of this fair value gap. All right, and then we have last week's low, last week's high, and 50% of that range. That's funny, Kay. But yet P&Ls and withdrawals are shown on my page. But I'm glad you're here. All right, there we go. So now we can come down to the daily. And let's see what's going on the daily. So for the longest, price was consolidating in this area. Then we got a push down, which came down into our fair value gap. And then the market came back to this same area that it was consolidating in. So what else do we have going on? Let's come down to the 4 hour. All right, I can draw a trend line because I got rejection here and rejection here. Like wrong one. Okay, got welcome to the block party. All right, now it looks like price is coming back into this fair value gap, which is lining up with our trend line. I'm not gonna do a full line. This pair is NZD USD, and this is Romeo CRT with ICT concepts. So now here with NZD USD. Where's my other line thingy? Okay, so the only thing I want to see is if price is going to reject this or if price is going to trade on top, retest it, and then we can take it back up to last week's high. But we're just going to see what happens. I'm going to set my alert. All right, because it looks like price just came out of this gap, which is pushing it on up to our 4-hour gap. So that's what we're going to leave on NU. Now we'll go to AU. Started our monthly. All right, AU has ran last month's high right here. So when price has ran last month's high, I want to look and see if I can get a monthly CRT move. So I also mark the monthly 50%. I'm sorry, my monthly areas are red. Weekly is black. FVGs are purple. All right, now I'm going to come down to my weekly. And before we get to the 50%, I notice we have a fair value gap here. So I am going to mark this fair value gap. All right, and then now I am going to mark last week's high, last week's low, and I'm going to check to see where 50% is just because I have my monthly area right here. So I may not mark 50%. It just depends on how far apart they are. All right, it's 20 pips. I'm not going to mark it, but I am going to mark last week's low and last week's high. All right, then I'm going to come down to the daily. And if we look right here, this looks like sideways movement, right? Price broke a high and then it came right back into that same range. All right, so if you see right here, price had a balanced price range. We had a fair value gap here, and then we had an inversion fair value gap here. Price tested that and then sold lower and then came into this gap, which is what's pushing it back up. Where is it going? I don't know. And I hope you guys tighten up your stop loss on EU. Okay. Because it looks like EU is pushing up. Stop loss should be here. Here. So it's only 3 pips. Okay. Here. So the fair value gap is here. Stop loss is here at that candle above that gap. If we get stopped out, we will reanalyze. All right. Let's go back. Where were we? AU. So on our 4 hour, price came back to this price balance range. It rejected, came back into this gap. It's pushing up. On AU, price hasn't ran a high or a low. Okay, so we really don't have any valid moves at the moment. All we can do is sit here and watch price. I do see a trend line that we could possibly add here. All right, so this could be a break and retest situation because we have a fair value gap right here, right on the trend line. So if price decides to move here, okay, and then reject from this trend line and reject from this fair value gap, then I would take it here to this fair value gap near last week's high. Although I know I want to see it break last week's high, I don't want to neglect this gap here. Okay. All right, and EU is dropping. Stop loss or TP, guys. Stop loss or TP. All right, so this is what we have for AU, and we'll just see what happens. All right, and then GBP USD. GBP USD looks like it has a break and retest situation going on also, right? See how we have this trend line here and price traded away from it a couple of times. Now price has made its impulsive move to the upside. So let's delete our chart and let's see, where is it trying to go? What is it doing? All right, so we'll come back to this monthly. This right here is not a fair value gap because this candle is still open, okay? It hasn't ran last week's high, last month's high, although we are near it. So our candle current price is here, right, where that dotted line is. And we come and we're only 83 pips. GU moves 83 pips easily, right? Just take a random candle. This is a daily candle, 149 pips, right? Even this small one here, 71 pips. This one's here is even smaller, 50 pips, 47 pips, right? So price is pretty near last month's high. So I am going to mark that because that is an area to where price can come and reach to. Now, price has not ran the high yet, so I'm not going to mark the 50%. I just want to see when price runs the high, okay? Now I'm going to come down to my weekly, and just like our other USD pairs, price came back into the fair value gap, and then price is pushed away from the gap. I am going to mark this gap because it just happened last week, right? Price could come back and react to this gap again. Okay, because this is last week's candle. This is this week's candle. And remember, it's just Monday. All right. Now I'm going to mark last week's high, last week's low, and I want to see where 50% of that range is. All right, so I am going to mark 50%. Right. Now I'm going to come down to my daily. And on my daily, you see we have that trend line. We got rejection, rejection, rejection. But I'm going to come down a little lower and I'll tighten up that trend line. That's all I really see that's relevant on my daily, right? Price came again from out of this fair value gap. Okay. Same area as the gap on the weekly. We had some sideways movement here, right? Price pushed down, consolidated. Now we had another impulsive move. the trend line a little better, right? So I'm going to mark this trend line. And bam, we got 1, 2, 3 rejection points. We have our impulsive candle, okay? And now I want to see price come back into this gap, or I want to go to a lower time frame and see if there's another gap, right? This is last week's high, okay? So we could possibly get a CRT move, but I'm not sure if it would come all the way down to the 50%. Yep, GBP USD. What's my strategy? I trade Romeo CRT zones, specifically the weekly and the monthly zones, with ICT concepts as far as fair value gaps and running liquidity, stuff like that. All right, so I don't see price coming back to 50%, right? Price has broke a high, so it broke our structure. Okay, this would be a pullback into this gap here, which would be perfect because it would retest our trend line, it would retest our gap, and then push up here to last month's high. So that's what I'm going to be looking for. Now, it doesn't mean as soon as price gets to this gap that I'm getting in, right? Because price could easily come back underneath this gap and then finish off the CRT move. It means when price gets to this area, I am watching to see what price is going to tell me it wants to do, okay? All right, we can go to CHF, JPY. We'll go to our monthly. All right, CHF, JPY on our monthly time frame. I want to see if price has ran last month's high or low. It hasn't, but price is quite near last month's high. Okay, it's 248 pips. So I'm not going to worry about it until it gets within like 100 pip range. Okay, I do notice though rejection, rejection. So there's a trend line down on the lower time frames that I can mark somewhere. And this here is not a fair value gap because this candle is still open. All right, so now I'm going to come down to the weekly. And as you can see, we had another gap. And price has pushed up from the gap, but it has not given us a new high. So you see price came down into the gap here, and then it pushed up, couldn't break that area, came down, pushed up again. It looks like we have equal highs here, which is liquidity. All right, so I just want to see how equal are they. All right, so if we zone in, this right here ran that last wick. So my equal highs are no longer valid because that wick was already ran. So I'm not going to worry about it. But I do want to see if price is going to try to break that area eventually. But we're so far from it, we're not going to worry about it. Okay. So I am just going to mark up last week's low, last week's high, and 50% of last week's range. Now, you can see prices already ran last week's low. Okay, so we're on CHF JPY. All right, so now we have this area here. I see another trend line underneath. I'm not going to mark it here on the daily. I am going to come down a time frame and we'll see what happens. All right. So this is our zone for last week. Okay. Price came and it's already ran our low. And then we have a fair value gap here right on the 50%. So that's going to be nice. It's going to be a nice buy if price does what we needed to do. Okay. So here on the 4-hour, now I'm going to mark my trend line with these 2 points right here, that one and that one. If you didn't see it, this point and this point. And I just put my magnet tool on it, right? So that it can be more, so that it can be as accurate as possible. So as you can see, price is playing around on this trend line here. Okay, so let's go down and let's see what we can do for an entry. What is price giving us? And price has given us an entry right here. So as you can see, price came down underneath last week's low. Okay, it came, touched this trend line, came back, respected last week's low, and now it's breaking structure points. Right here is a lower time frame structure point right here. Okay, here, 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 here. Okay, and now it has made a new high. Okay, because it's broken this area over here. So now price keeps breaking structure and it left us with a fair value gap. It left us with a fair value gap. Hold on, let me move that. It left us with a fair value gap. Here, it left us with an inversion here, which gives us a price balance range. It also created a morning star, which is a bearish candle, a doji, and a bullish candle. Okay. Now it's just waiting for price to get back on top of this gap. And then when price gets back on top of this gap, we can enter for a buy and take it up to 50%. All right. What pair? CHF JPY. We're going to watch it here on the hourly. Not the hourly, the 1 minute. Let's watch it. CHF JPY. So, hold on, guys. I'll be right back. right, sorry about that. My kids are homeschooled and we're in these last few days. And of course, who wants to log in when we ain't doing nothing, you know? CJ is still moving down. That's a heavy candle right there. What's this on the 15-minute? We got 5 minutes left until this candle close. I want to see what GJ is doing because remember we set our alert for price to come down here for GJ. I just see this area where this gap is, and I just want to see, since GJ has some ways to go to the downside before it moves back up, I want to see if CJ might come here before pushing back up, okay? This is why you don't just enter at the gap. You have to wait. Wait on confirmation, okay? I'm going to delete these other areas. All right, so I'm going to send an alert here for when price crosses back up on this gap, and then we'll continue to mark up our other pairs. All right, let's go to UJ. UJ is the pair that we are supposed to be tracking in our student server. Where we at? Where we at? UJ chart. Okay, so last week we was looking for price to come into these fair value gaps and then possibly trade up. So this was a hourly gap, and then let me see if I get my markup back. Okay, here we go. So these are our gaps here, here, and here. I think. Let me. Yep, here and here, here and here, and price definitely did that. So I just want to take a screenshot of this. Opening gap, so that they can have that to compare price to what happened. Okay, so what we was waiting on, and then what happened. All right, so let's delete, go to my monthly, and you can see here on the monthly that price hasn't given us a new high or a new low. So it looks like price is starting to move sideways. Price has not broken last month's high or last month's low. So we can come down to the weekly. And here on the weekly, price just left this fair value gap. Last week, price left that fair value gap. Okay, so we have inducement. This here is what you call inducement. You see how price came short of 50% of that fair value gap, but it still reacted, it sold. So there's a possibility that price can still come back to this area. Okay. So now I want to mark up last week's low, last week's high, and 50% of last week's range. All right, we're going to come to our daily, and I see a fair value gap right here. I don't want to be a buyer until price comes to this gap. So this is where we have to be careful. We got our 4 hour. Okay. Got our hourly. All right, it looks like price is trying to push back down within this hourly time frame here. This is only 47 pips. This is USD JPY. I would wait for price to get down to here and then let price show you that it's ready to move back up. Okay? And since price came so close to this 50% on the higher time frame, I can't remember, I think it was a weekly, this would be a full CRT zone for me, right? I'm not just going to take this one at 50%. I'm going to take this one up here. It's 400 something pips. That's the move that I want to see for UJ. So I'm going to set my alert. I should check US 30. We'll get there. All right, so that's UJ, and then CHF JPY just came back on top of our gap. And as you can see, price reacted to this trend line again. Let's come to the 5 minute. Now, what I also want to see, price is back on top of the gap. Now I want to see price retest the gap again. Okay. That was a 5 minute. This gap right here. And EU just stopped us out, guys. So I'm watching it. 3 pips. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Don't have any other gaps. We got 2 hours left in this 4 hour candle. All right, I want to see price come back underneath this gap here. And then we'll look for a re-entry. 2. UJ created another. UJ created another gap here and here. Got 13 seconds left until this 5-minute candle closes. Not UJ, CJ. CJ. And EU came up and stopped us out and is pushing back down. Our stop loss was too tight. All right, CJ's pulling back. Retesting this gap. Let's come down to the 1 minute. Let's see what happens. All right, so this candle right here rejected it. This candle's pushing higher. My only concern with buying CJ now is GJ and UJ still has some ways to go in their pullback. Because remember, I want to see UJ come here and then GJ here. And look, price rejected that area. So we'll see what happens when UJ and GJ come and my alerts go off for those. Did I send an alert for this? Yes, I did. Okay. All right, let's go to EJ. First time seeing a girl like this? Wow. Okay. All right, EJ, we're going to start on our monthly. All right, EJ has ran last month's high right here. My monthly high, and I'm going to mark 50% of last month. All right, NU alert just went off. All right, let's see what NU's doing real quick. All right, so NU just came up into our 4-hour fair value gap. Now I want to see if price is going to hit my trend line and reject from my trend line, or are we going to buy up from the trend line? You know, I have not looked at the dollar yet. Let's see, what's the dollar doing? Okay, the dollar's moving down. The dollar also has a pullback. All right, so if the dollar pulls back, right, and sells, then that, of course, means my GU, right? I want to see price come back here and then buy. Same for our EU. Okay, we want to see price come lower. I don't know where that trend line is coming from before it buys. Okay. And then NU. It's Monday, so we're gonna let Monday play out. NU was on my trend line. Oh, it's gonna keep going off for this one. Okay. All right, let's go to EJ. EJ. Remember, we got our monthly high. Price ran our monthly. EJ's freaking moving. Heck no. Okay, hold on. EJ's moving. Our monthly, our weekly. Price ran last week's low. I'm not going to mark my weekly high. I'm just going to do 50%. And I'm really not going to mark 50% either because it's so close to last month. Okay? Last month's high. All right. We got a gap here on the daily. We're marking up EJ. All right, this is where I want to sell from. This is where I want to sell from, and my TP is going to be last month's 50%. Euro JPY. So, in case price does not get back up here, then we watch from this gap. Okay? If price comes underneath this gap and retests this gap, then we can take that lower. But I would want to see price come to this gap and then shoot me back up to this one and then come lower. But price doesn't always do what we want it to do. This is why we let price show us what it's going to do. I want to remark up GJ and see if, okay. All right, so GJ did run last month's high. I thought I didn't mark that up. So GJ did run last month's high. And then this is last week's 50% here and 50% here in our last week's low here. So I was just looking at EJ because I was like, okay, price is coming lower, but I am in a buy on GJ. Okay, price already hit this 50%. Huh. I want to see if I want to get out of my buy. Because price ran last month's high, right? And I want to see price come to last month's 50% possibly, right? And then we have this gap here that it could stop from. Now, my thing is, we definitely have prices making higher highs, higher lows, higher highs. This could possibly a higher low to take us higher. But what was UJ doing? Because UJ is saying that it's going higher. Okay. UJ is trading inside of last month. It hasn't ran a high or a low. And then remember, we got this weekly gap here. So I'm going to close what I have on my GJ buy just because this was a higher time frame fair value gap here, and price could come all the way down here. I want to take my profit. Okay. So this is all I have now. I'm going to wait to see what price does here. Because this would be a valid weekly CRT move, right? This was our weekly low. Price came outside of our weekly. And then price came back into our weekly. Okay, price broke structure, created a fair value gap. So this will be a valid CRT move. So we just want to come here and see what happens, okay? And then if it does, of course, TP1 is here, okay? And then TP2 is here. And then you just want to watch to see what happens back at your monthly, which is here, right? Because price could sell from here, because then this would be a valid monthly CRT move, right? Price came outside of our monthly. It came back in, it retested. This could be, it sold, but it never came to 50% yet. So this could be our pullback from our break of structure, and then price continues to sell. So we just want to be careful this week on what we're doing because we got multiple moves happening. Okay. All right. So we finished on EJ. All right, so we sold EU because we had a CRT move, right? This is Monday. This happened today. Price came outside of our range. Price is now making lower lows and lower highs. We got stopped out here. Okay, so now I want to see what's going to happen here at this fair value gap. And then this is a higher time frame gap right here that price has reacted to. All right, so I don't want to get stuck sitting here watching price, so I'm just going to set my alert. All right, and then I just want to refresh my memory on what the dollar is doing. Okay. Let's remark this up because these are old levels, but it looks like it's still respecting it. Okay, so I'm going to start on my monthly. All right, we're near last month's low, but we haven't broken it. Going to come to my weekly. Okay, price has ran last week's low. I'm going to mark up last week's high and 50% of last week's range. And then I also see a fair value gap here. I know price has already tested it once just from looking at the chart, but I'm going to mark it up for y'all eyes purposes, right? Okay, let's see if price has hit it. But I still want to see what's going to happen. And then my 50%. All right, now I'm going to come down to my daily. And let's see what's happening on my daily. All right, so we got this impulsive move. And then we got our retracement, our pullback. And now it looks like price is trying to sell again. We can come to our 4 hour. All right, and this is what just recently happened. This is last week's low, this black line here. Okay, so price came and ran this low, and then price pushed up and left us with this pin bar candle. Okay, and it closed on top of the low. And then we have a gap here. We have a gap here, and there was a gap in the same area on the lower time frame. So I definitely want to see a pullback on this dollar because it looks like it's trying to push back up to come back into this gap. Let's come down on the 1 hour, and we have a gap here. All right, this area was our new week opening gap. Okay, so price closed here on Friday, and then price opened here on Sunday. And then on top of that, we have an inversion. Okay, so I'm going to mark my inversion, and then I want to mark my new week opening. Okay, they're right next to each other, so I'm just going to go with my new week opening. And then remember, if price wicks a little bit higher, you just have to remember that 50% of that inversion is on top of that also. Now, price has ran this low, this wick right here. If I put that line on there, you see, let's put another line so I can move it. Put that line on there, you see how price came underneath it. Okay, that's what sent this back up. And we also have a gap here. So let's see if price hit 50% of this. All right, so price has not hit 50% of this, this is called inducement. So this is the area that we want to see price come back into. So I'm going to move this line, if I can, here. All right, and that'll be the zone that I want to see price sell back to when it starts to move back down. All right, so I was trying to see if there was anything else that was relevant for me to mark up. And no, well, Euro GBP, okay. All right, so we're done on the dollar. We finished. Did we finish all of these? EJ pairs. Nope. I gotta go back and do CAD. Let me change that to blue, so I know we gotta do those too. AJ is moving on up. Euro GBP. Where is that at? Down here by itself. Okay. Euro GBP. This is the Forex market. We're going to go to our monthly. All right. And as you can see, Euro GBP has been moving sideways for months. Okay. 3,193 days. Price has not ran last month's high or last month's low. Okay, now we're going to come over here to this weekly. And again, price has left us an impulsive move with a gap. Price is currently at this weekly gap. It's underneath the 50%. Okay, so we're going to mark that, and then we're going to mark last week's low and last week's high. I'm going to check to see where last week's 50% is, just because this weekly gap 50% is going to be pretty strong, and price is right on top of it, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay, so now we're going to go to the daily, and within this area it just looks like we have some consolidation, right? We don't have any new highs or new lows. So let's go to our 4-hour. All right, price is inside of another fair value gap right here. We have a gap over here, and you see price touched it, then price came underneath it, then price touched it again. So price is trading in between these two gaps currently. All right, so let's come down to the hourly time frame. We also had another new week opening gap. This was Friday, this was Sunday. The gap has been filled, okay? See that? This was the gap, and the gap has been filled. It closed this wick area. Price is now on top of the gap. Then price left us another fair value gap here, okay? And this is where price is coming from currently. Now, where is price going? All right, so we don't have a weekly CRT, okay? Because this was last week's low. This candle right here left us our low. Price will have to come outside of this low, okay? So it's just playing right now. It's just consolidating right now. consolidating at this gap. So this purple line was our weekly fair value gap. Okay. So we can come down here to this 30-minute. And we want to see if price can break this structure. Is price going to break this structure and go higher? If it goes higher, this is Euro GBP. If it breaks this structure, right, comes back, retests, leaves some type of gap, then we'll take it up to last week's high. If price comes underneath this gap and retest it, then we can take it down to last week's low. Okay? So these two areas is going to be our main focal points. Okay? This current gap that price is in, you want to see price do one of these numbers. Okay? Then you can take it down to last week's low. And then if price breaks that high, then you want to see price come back, retest that weekly gap. That's going to be our strong area. Retest that weekly gap, and then take price up to last week's high. Okay? So those are our options. So just wait for price to show you what it's going to do. Okay? Euro GBP. Did that help you be glad? You're welcome. All right, let's go back and finish our JPY. We're on CAD JPY. Let's go to our monthly. All right, CAD JPY has ran last month's high. JPY pairs ain't playing today. All right, I'm gonna mark last month's 50%. All right, it looks like that monthly CRT move has already played out, and darn it, did I miss it? I want to see, because sometimes it possibly didn't play out, right? Because our candle price closed here last week, so price could have just came down and touched that area. So let's go down on our 1 hour and let's see what happened. All right, so price came outside of our monthly CRT range. It broke our structure. It left us a fair value gap, but did price touch 50% of this gap? No, it did not. So our monthly, and as you can see, our monthly hasn't been touched. Okay, it was touched over here, but it hasn't been touched recently. So we got a valid monthly CRT move, but from here to here, that's 100 and something pips, right? So we could trade price back into this area. All right, so I just want to go back on my weekly, and I want to mark up my weekly CRT, which it looks like price has already ran its low. Okay. And I'm not going to mark my high or my 50% because remember, I want to trade price back into that gap. So my high is irrelevant, and this monthly high is more relevant than 50% of last week's gap. All right, so now I come down to the daily. And even here on the daily, we have a gap. Okay. So I actually would want to trade it into this gap here on the daily because it's a higher time frame and that gap is stronger. Okay. All right. So we had a trend line break and retest over here. Right. We had a break and retest. Price pushed higher. Price came back down. So let's see if price is going to come higher again. I'm going to delete that trend line because it's irrelevant. Now I see another trend line. Okay. So price rejected, it got on top, it retested, but it didn't hold. It came back underneath, it touched it again, right? So for these buys, we might want to wait for price to get on top of this trend line, okay? So let's come down to the hourly. Here on the hourly, we have our new week opening gap. Yes, it is closed, but we could still use this area at the moment, right? Because when I come over, then this would be a perfect break and retest, right? So I am going to set an alert on my trend line because I want to see price come out of this trend line before I buy it back up. I don't want to get stuck on this trend line. And then once price comes out my trend line, then I'll see if this is the gap that I need to look for or if there'll be another gap that I need to look for, okay? JPY pairs is looking like that's really what I'm going to be trading this week. These JPY pairs. All right, so AJ gave me what I needed to see last week, so I held this one over the weekend. So we're going to delete it. All right, we're going to do our monthly. All right, price ran last month's high. And I am going to mark 50% of last month's candle. All right, and I just want to come down to the hourly and I want to look at it the way I looked at CAD JPY, right? Price hasn't touched my monthly. Price came down, broke our hourly structure, right? So now we need to see price come back into one of these two gaps to take it back lower. But again, if price is moving up, I want to catch this push up because it's 100 and something pips, so that would be a good move, right? Because it could just buy up for this week and then sell down next week. I'm not sure. Okay, so now what price did not do was give me a weekly CRT move where it ran my low yet. I'm just going to mark last week's low. Okay. Now I'm going to come to my daily. And price came back into this gap. It pushed up. Price gave us a higher low. Okay. We have a gap here on the daily. Now this gap here on the daily is lower than our other gaps on the daily. Our other gaps on the daily was a little higher, closer to our monthly. So this one you might have to wait for price to get on top of here. Let's see. All right, so that was our daily gap, and then right here we have a 4-hour gap right near our daily gap. Come back to our weekly. Price is on top of our new week opening gap. So this is definitely going to be one of those ones where you're going to have to wait for price to get on top of this daily gap, retest it, and then you can take it into one of these two fair value gaps. I would say this one. I'd say this one just to be safe. Okay. And my TPs are always set at 50% of the gaps. So from here to here, that's a good 80 something pips. That's a decent move, okay? So what I would look for, I will set my alert here, wait for price to get on top. When price gets on top, come down to your lower time frame and look for price to break structure on the lower time frame and leave a fair value gap, and then that fair value gap should be near this weekly gap, okay? And then you'll take it and buy it back up. So I'm looking for buys on these JPY pairs this week. And then, what was it? Sells or buys, something like that. All right, so it looks like the dollar isn't going to give us our pushback, our pullback. It came into this gap here, right? And it looks like it's rejecting to come down here. So I'm going to set an alert just in case we get here first. And then price comes back up here. All right, so USD CAD. We're going to come to our monthly. And price ran our monthly low. And it currently hit inside of a monthly fair value gap. Now on a lower time frame, you saw that price was pushing down. All right, so it hasn't hit our monthly fair value gap. All right, I am going to mark my monthly low, and I'm going to mark my monthly 50%. And remember, this is not a fair value gap yet because this candle is still open. All right. So now let's come down to our weekly time frame. And what do we have here on the weekly? A fair value gap that price just traded into, which is sending us lower. Price isn't too worried about our high. I don't think it's going to come up and grab last week's high. Definitely think it's coming back down here to this gap here on the monthly because this is inducement right here. Price came short of it. It came short of it by 18 pips. Okay, so how do we get in this sale? Okay, we missed this entry. Looks like we have some liquidity here and a fair value gap here. But who's to say price is going to come back up and hit that, right? But I'm just going to mark it off just in case. Now I'm going to come down to my 4 hour. I'm sorry, I see a gap here. Okay, from this daily gap to our weekly is 140 pips. That's still a decent range. There would only be two places that I would want to enter, right? If price comes here and then decides to bounce up here, then I would want to enter here and take it lower. If price decides that it doesn't want to bounce back up there, let price get underneath this gap, retest it, and then you can take it back to here, okay? And these are daily gaps. All right, so we come to our 4 hour. And what do we see here on the 4 hour? Another fair value gap that price came from. So it's not likely that price is going to come back up to that other gap. It respected too many. Okay, maybe it still didn't hit this one. And like I said, we have liquidity here. Maybe. Price is moving though. Should have came to the market a little bit earlier. But it is what it is. Completely. Now that's up 80 pips. Okay. So that's all we can do is wait for price to get to these zones, okay? Because we've missed the other zones. All right, so I'm going to send an alert here. And USD CHF, going to delete. All right, we're gonna go to our monthly. And price is currently trading inside of our monthly candle. It hasn't ran a high or a low. But last month we got a very bearish candle when price came down and ran that low. Okay. Our weekly price came back inside of this gap. It filled the gap 100% from this wick to this wick, right? But let's see what's happening at 50%. All right, price is underneath 50%. All right, and I am going to mark up last week's CRT, which is last week's low, last week's high, and 50% of our range. Okay, now we'll go down to our daily. And what do we see going on here? Price, right, came and ran that last low. It pushed up and broke our structure. And then it came back into this gap and consolidated. Then we got another push up. Maybe this is our retracement for price to go higher. I didn't see any other gaps below on the higher time frame. So let's go down to our 4 hour. What's happening? Price has, so this was another week's new opening gap. It wasn't this week's. It says May the 9th. Is that the week before last? Week before last. So that Friday, Sunday, right? Looks like price has not quite closed it yet, but almost closed it. Okay. And back near 50% of that gap. We have a trend line that we can mark off. We got rejection, rejection, rejection. Okay, let's come to our hourly. All right, so now I see a gap here that price can come down to. And a bunch of liquidity, right? This consolidation area is liquidity. It's only 19 pips. So I'm going to let price come down into this area, right? And then if it comes back and closes on top of this area, then we can do a weekly CRT move. I do see a fair value gap here. The only thing about this weekly CRT move, right? Because our weekly CRT move is just price coming down below last week's low and then trading back into last week's candle. We have a gap here, we have a gap here, and we have this strong trend line. And 50% of our CRT is up here on top of that trend line, right? So I would need to see a break and retest on this, okay? So price will have to get on top of this gap and outside of this trend line for me to take it to here, right? But it's only 47 pips when JPY is giving me like 100 and something pips. So I'm just gonna focus mainly on JPY this week. But if we can get on top of here, right? And then this is looking like a flag. This is our pole, and then this is our flag. There's a possibility that price could break and come up here instead of just to the 50%. Because, let's see, we could possibly see price come up here and fill this gap, okay, here on the dollar, and this inversion here. So this is a price balance range. possibility that USD CHF could come higher. But I would definitely be cautious at the 50%. Let price let you know what it's going to do here at the 50% before you try to take it higher. Now, it does look like we have liquidity here. Let's see. Okay, no. Price has ran that high. I don't know if y'all can see that. Oh, I don't even have it marked up right. There we go. So price has ran that high, so it's not really liquidity. Put my zones back. All right. The only coin I trade is the Trump coin, and I'm just buying and holding it. I'm just holding it. All right, so those are dollar pairs. We went over Nas. Nas is messing around at that fair value gap here. All right. If Nas gets on top of this fair value gap, then I want to see it come up here to our weekly high, and we have a fair value gap here on the daily, so more so that one. Let's see. Since I missed the entries from earlier today, what time is it? It's 11:30. All right, price has made its way on top of that gap. All right, so for live purposes, I'm gonna log into demo, but I trade on my phone, so that's funny. Not they charging commission on demo. Price left us a gap right here. Let's push it on up. All right, so price just broke the structure area, and we have 10 minutes left in this hourly candle. Sienna, Sienna, Sienna. Tell Sienna to come here. You out? You done with class? Till 12. Okay.
Yeah.
What's going on with your test scores? Why you can't send them?
It's not letting me save it.
Let me see. That's in my chapstick. All right. We want to see our entry area either here or here because this was that gap that we was waiting for price to get on top of. So preferably here and then stop loss here, okay? Gonna be buying Nas from here to here is 91 pips, and then you got that weekly gaps 137 points. This protein shake is so nasty. We've been on here for almost 2 hours. I need to go ahead and finish it. what's happening on Euro USD. You're out the house. It's playing around. We got stopped out at 3 pips. Haven't done a re-entry yet. Where's it at? Go to the testing thing and pull up your scores. I literally had a chapstick when I came out here, and I know I had one in this thing. This is not. We're waiting for a price to come here or here. Joe, 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 Josiah, Josiah. Okay, go knock on his door. Come here. Log into that IXL account and see what work they want you to do on there. Log into that IXL account and see what work they want you to do on there. They sent an email. Check your emails. All right, get ready to buy. All right, I'm in. Nas. Stop loss. Oh, heck no. Why is it like that? I got my blanket on. I don't know why it's not doing that. Okay. Stop loss here. Below this area here. TP at that weekly gap. I don't like how Price tried to play me at this gap. If I get stopped out, I want to see what happens here at this gap. Alright, it's just 21 points on Nas, okay? 10:50. We got a gap right here too on the 5 minute, and it just came and stopped me out. Oh wait. Let me see. Okay. All right. So is it rejected from here? All right. So it looks like price is making my morning star. I got this bearish doji, this bullish candle. We got 37 seconds left to let this candle close. That's exactly why you gotta wait for the candle to close. Kaya, do you have to potty? Bless you. Do you have to potty? See, I think she has to potty. EU has crossed underneath our trend line. Hey, 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 hey. Cut that out. All right, I need price to get back on top of this gap because this was our fair value gap. Soon as price closes back on top of that, then I'll re-enter that buy. All right, I'm buying here. Adjust the stop loss to this low right here, that wick right there, and then TP that 1 hour fair value gap. And this will be the last one. That first one was 20 pips stop loss. This one is 13. Let's widen it some to this wick right here. Okay, so this one is 18 points. And then TP here at that weekly 50%. All right, I don't do more than 2 trades on Nas because Nas can do, you see how I can move sideways like this, and then sometimes it'll take off, sometimes it won't. And it's almost 12 o'clock. So all right, so it looks like price is trying to reject that weekly fair value gap. Sienna, come look see what she just did. knew she had to go to the bathroom. Put it right next to the potty pad. Y'all, anybody want a 6-month-old Aussie Doodle? Kaya, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, Kaya. Come back. Come here. They want to see what you look like so they can take you home. All right. Price looks like it's trying to reject that gap pretty heavy. We got 5 minutes left in this hourly candle. Let's see what the hourly looks like. Wick. I just needed to get back on top of that hourly fair value gap. All right, there we go. All right, so now we just want to let price run. I'm gonna set an alert here, and I'm gonna set an alert at our stop loss. Okay, I'm setting an alert here because this is our weekly high. I want to see what happens at that weekly high. This is like definitely different. They've upgraded that. That's something. And then of course, if we get stopped out, then we'll get alerted. Okay, let's finish our markup. We can mark up SPX and US 30. Let's do US 30. It's about to rain again. Let's delete that. All right, US 30 is pushing up. We have a monthly fair value gap. That's going to be nice to see what's going to happen here. And then I'm going to mark last month's high. That's a significant area. All right, then I'm going to come down to my weekly. On my weekly, we have another fair value gap. So I am going to mark that just in case price wants to continue higher. This would be another zone. All right, so now I'm going to mark last week's high. And I'm just going to do last week's 50%. And if price comes underneath the 50%, then I'll come back and mark up last week's low. Okay. All right, now I'm going to come down to my daily. And as you can see, price left us this impulsive move. Price came back into this gap. And now price is pushing higher. How can we get in on the higher move? This is not a fair value gap yet because this candle is still open. Now, we might be able to get in a sell when price gets up here. But that's still 170 points on US 30. That's pretty decent. But if you see price come back underneath our monthly, then I definitely want to see price come into this gap. And that's a possible 800 something points to come back into this gap here. You figured it out? Okay. All right. So we do have a gap here. And this this is a price balance range. So we could see what is going to happen from this area, this weekly high, and this gap here, right? So there's we have a couple of possibilities. Price, since it already came outside of our weekly high, could try to come back to this area here and then come outside of our weekly high, retest it, and come up to this gap, okay? Or price can just come back outside, retest, come up to this gap, and then I would want to see price move here, come underneath here, retest it, and then give us this. So I wouldn't try to come down for this gap until price shows me that it's going to come underneath this gap, right? Because indices are bullish pairs mainly, so buys are always your best option. But let's see, because price gave us our weekly CRT move, price came outside of the range. I just want to see, okay, so this is what happened. Price came outside of the range and then it came down into this gap, letting us know that it is trying to push higher, okay? So the only way to get into this, to take it higher to that gap, is to wait for price to get back on top of our weekly CRT range, retest it, and then we can take it up to that high, okay? Now, if we get another rejection, right? If we get another rejection, if price comes back out like it did here and then comes back in, this gap right here, wait for price to get underneath it. Wait for price to get underneath this monthly because this is a strong area. You don't want it to hit and then bounce back higher, right? We're in a couple of strong areas right here. This is our weekly high. This is our monthly high. So again, I wouldn't sell it until it comes underneath this hourly 50%, okay? Until then, just wait to let price tell you what it's doing within these two areas. But price is surely looking like it's trying to push up here to this weekly 50%. I don't even want to mark that one up. Yeah, that weekly 50%. All right. So for sure, wait for price to get back on top of that and then retest it. Then you can take it up to that weekly. No, it's still pushing up. SPX. We have our monthly. All right. So our monthly looks like it's making a big morning star. We're almost near all-time highs, right? We got this bearish candle, this doji, this bullish candle. I am not going to mark my last month's high. I'm pretty far from it, so I'm not worried about it right now. So I'm just going to come down to my weekly, and let's see what we have on my weekly. I have a fair value gap right here. I am going to mark that. And then I am going to mark last week's CRT range, which is this candle, okay? I'm going to mark the high, the low, and 50% of the range. going to change the color of my lines because my CRT weekly range is black and my fair value gaps are purple. All right, and then I'm going to come down here on this daily. And I'm going to mark this daily gap up here just in case, because like I said, it's a bullish pair. Okay. All right, so as you can see, price is pushing its way up aggressively. Where did this pullback? This pullback right here, where did that come from? We'll come down here to this 4 hour, and it came into that gap here. All right, so this is another situation where we possibly could see price come up here to this gap right here. Price is currently in this hourly gap. All right, well, it's on top of it. So what happened? Right, price came up, it rejected it, and then price got back on top of it. So we can go down to the lower time frame, and let's see. If you don't have enough money to trade NAS, you should have enough money to trade SPX. And all right, so SPX had a gap here. Looks like it did a little break and retest right here. You see that? We had a trend line. Price broke it, came back, retested it, left us with a gap. Price is back on top of the gap. Also, this 3-minute gap here. We can come down to this 1 minute, and there's another gap right here, so you can get in right here and take it up to that weekly up here, and then set your stop loss here at that last low here. SPX. Give me 1 second. I'm sending this out to the group. And then I got to give them a TP for EU. So give me just a minute. That gap was on the weekly, wasn't it? quick after I set my alerts on SPX. This was SPX. All right, so we can come back to EU, and we see that our weekly CRT trade is still running. Okay, this is weekly 50%. I got back in, but I did not get the signals group back in, so I got in aggressively. So now I want to see price come back to this gap, and then I will tell them to sell here. Like, how did it just jump on me like that? Okay. What? I need to upgrade my account. I literally just paid them. I'm not upgrading until June 7th when my monthly is up, because then I'll pay them double. I'm not doing that at all. So it says I get 20 alerts. How many alerts do we have? That. I'm not going to delete any of those. We'll have to thug it out this week. Okay, I was just trying to see where gold was. Gold could possibly go higher. It created this gap here on our 50% of our weekly. Okay, where were we on our watch list? We did all of these markups. We did our JPYs, which we are waiting. All right, this is why we didn't enter on JPY earlier. See, price came back underneath this gap. And then remember, I wanted to see if price was going to come a little lower on UJ and GJ. UJ's, I don't know what UJ's doing at the moment. So I'm going to let today, Monday's candle close. And then we'll see what's going on with our JPY pairs. Let's see, we did indices. All right, Euro odd. Euro odd made a nice move today. 109 pips. All right, let's delete that. We're in, I sound tired. Just not trying to talk loud. It's 11 o'clock. Everybody's not up in my house yet. Okay, Euro odd. Let's go to our monthly. All right, Euro odd has not ran last month's high or low, and then there is a gap here, but I want to wait for price to run that low before I mark up that gap. So we got a good 260 something pips to our low. Okay, so I just want to go to my weekly now. And price has traded underneath this fair value gap. I am going to mark it because I just want to see if price came underneath and retested, which it did. See price push down and then price push back up to retest that area. All right, so now I am going to mark up last week's low, last week's high, and 50% of last week's range. And we're on Euro odd. Then we'll come down to the daily. All right, I don't really see anything on the daily that I want to add. We'll come down here to this 4-hour time frame and look at that candle. We got 41 minutes left into this 4-hour closes. Okay. Price never came back and filled in that opening gap from last week. Let's see. It didn't even run last week's high. This is today, and that was last week's high. So it hasn't even come outside of our range, but it looks like it's given a CRT move. We have a little gap right here that could possibly send price back up. Don't know. I'm gonna leave it be until price shows me what it wants to do, right? Because you never want to get in at the bottom of a low. We're getting some exhaustion candles now. Okay, so definitely want to see it pull back, possibly pull back to here, and then maybe we can go lower. But price never came outside of my range. So I'm not sure. This is looking sideways, right? We don't have a new high. Possibly we'll get a new low, but this is a minor time frame structure. I'm gonna let today's candle close, and then we'll come back and see what's going on. We got the same thing on GBP odd. All right, let's go to our monthly. Price is near last month's low right here. It came near it, but price is up here, so let's see. It's 188 pips. I am going to mark it just because price did come near it, right? So I want to see it run it and possibly come into this gap. All right, now I'm going to come down to my weekly and see we got the same thing. Price didn't run last week's high. Do last week's high, last week's low, and 50% of my range. So these odd pairs are on the move. Let's see. There's like prices moving sideways on this daily. We don't have any new highs or any new lows. Okay, and on our 4-hour here on GBP odd, we have a fair value gap. So maybe price was just trying to come to this gap to move outside and run our liquidity. I'm not sure. What I do want to see is what happens at this gap, which is right at my 50%. Okay, so I'm just going to delete that. and I want to see what happens here. Is price going to reject and come back higher, or is price going to trade underneath? At that point, I definitely want to look for some type of retrace, and then I'll take it back down here to my monthly low and that weekly fair value gap. All right, so this is just going to be another one. We're going to wait for today's candle to close. CHF. CAD CHF has been looking a little choppy. Price is traded inside of last month's candle. All right, price has ran last week's low. So there's a possibility of a CRT move. Only a 46 pip range. All right, so the move has already started. Price came outside of the range. Gotta keep moving lower. All right, let's look at 15-minute structure. All right, so this was my last lower high that took me to my lower low. So that's where I want to look for my break of structure. Price broke structure. Price left a fair value gap. Because this range is so small, the entry has already came. I will not enter this, right? It's only 9 pips in profit, but I have a couple of, those JPY pairs with more pips. But it's still saying it's a 2-to-1. It's 11 pip stop loss if anyone wants to enter and take it back to 50%. Okay. My only concern is we have liquidity here. So I would be careful if price was to come back and touch last week's low again. Okay. Just because CAD CHF is so choppy. I don't know. But the smaller time frame structure is what it's showing us, okay? CHF is already moving up. Let's see what happened. All right, so it's trading inside last month's candle. We are on our weekly. We have a fair value gap here. Let's see where price is at on this gap. All right, price just came underneath it, traded down now. Looks like it's trying to push back up. And I am going to mark up last week's low. So as you can see, we don't have a valid CRT move yet here. Last week's high and 50% of the range, because price has not ran a high or a low. All right, we'll come down to the daily. Looks like price closed up this new week opening gap from last week, and price is coming into another fair value gap right here. Let's zoom in. It's a gap right here. I just want to see where it's at. All right, so it's near our 50%. I'm not going to mark it. Gonna come down here to my hourly. I'm sorry, my 4 hour, And we have another gap. All right, so this was our intraday move today for all CHF, right? Right here to that gap, that was 40 something pips. Now we want to wait to see what happens here at our 50%. We have a daily gap there, and we have a 4-hour gap, and we have, well, our hourly gap is right here, it's near it, so we want to see what happens in this area. Now, this is one of those things where we just want to let price let us know if it's going to come higher. If it is going to come higher, I would be cautious here. Price could continue to sell here. So I would take my TP here versus at our weekly high, okay? So this is just one of those things where you're waiting on rejection, right? Or you're waiting for price to get on top, retest, and then show you that it's going higher on CHF. I'm probably not going to take any of these CHF pair trades because JPY is providing more pips this week. All right, we got Euro CHF. Price has not ran last month's low or high. And then we can come to the weekly and we can just see that price was moving sideways for this past couple of weeks. Okay. I'm going to mark last week's high, last week's low, and 50% of last week's range. And then I'm going to come down here to my daily. All right, and again, you can see how price is just moving sideways in this area. We'll come to our 4-hour, and price just left outside of this gap. Price already reacted to this gap, right? That's what sent us down into this one. Now we can see if price is going to move on up and run our weekly high. The entry on that has been missed. Let's see what will provide us with another entry. And if the pip count is worth it, right? So originally, it had been 55 pips from that entry. Now I see another gap here, right? So what I would want to see here, I would need to see my last structure point ran, right? Because price is now showing me that it's trying to move up because it gave us equal lows, right? And then price came up, broke our last high structure, came back and retested. Now we want to see price break this structure here. And then pull back into this gap, okay? So I want to see price break this structure here and then pull back into this gap and come up to here. It'd be like 35 pips, okay? So that's what I would look for on Euro CHF. GBP CHF. This is last week's. Same thing on our monthly prices traded inside of last month's candle. All right, GBP CHF has a gap above that it doesn't look like price hit 50% yet. I like GBP CHF. I like how it moves. I'm slowly going to dwindle this chart down to all JPY pairs, and then some of these other pairs. Like I like GBP odd, I like GBP CHF, not so much Euro CHF, odd CHF, CAD CHF. I'm not even sure if I like any of these NU pairs unless it's the JPY. I'm gonna dwindle down some of these charts. All right, let's mark up a last week's CRT. Okay, this is our high, our low, and 50% of the range. All right, we come down to our daily, and it looks like price is pushing up from this gap here on our daily. We missed that. Today, for a Monday, it hadn't even touched. This one you gotta mark it up just in case. Oh snap. Okay, let's see. This would definitely be the ideal entry to take price up to there. But is price going to come back? All right. Looks like price reacted from this gap here. So price may not come back. All right, so price has gotten on top of this area. As you can see right here, broke a structure point, right? It broke a structure point, and then price pulled back into this gap. Let's see how far we are from it. Let's see. What can we do to get in this? All right, so I have a gap here. Right here. All right, so again, we want to wait for this last high to be ran and then wait for a pullback. And let's see how many pips that is. Yeah, that's 94 pips. I like that. Okay, so I'm gonna wait for this last high to be ran and then wait for price to pull back either into this gap or this gap, right? We have a couple of gaps that price could pull back into. Okay, so just be patient at those gaps and watch for your candlestick patterns for your entries, okay? All right, let's check on NAS and SPX. All right, NAS has pushed up. Who's in profit a lot more, right? That candle, and now it looks like it's pulling back. What time is it? It's 12:30. 12:36. And again, this is what we did over here, right? We waited for price to break that structure and then pull back, and then we got in. All right, so price is currently inside another gap. All right, so I'm still holding. Still holding NAS. Still holding SPX. We got the same gap here. NAS, if you didn't know, NAS and SPX move similar. All right. So that's our indices. We just finished our odd pairs. We finished CHF. Let's look at NZD. Odd NZD, okay? We'll go to our monthly. Let's delete all of that. Price is trading inside of last month's candle. All right, I'll mark up my weekly. mark up last week's high, last week's low, and 50% of last week's range. Price has not ran last week's high or low, so we don't have a move here. We come to our daily. Let's see what's going on. Price has been consolidating over here for a couple of days. It's been in this area. It came from this fair value gap, came up, which created our last week's high. Now price is just moving sideways. It created a gap, right? So if price comes into this gap, of course, I would want to see price come higher, right? And come outside of our weekly CRT range. This would be one that I definitely would not take because I don't think that's enough pips. 28 pips, okay? So let it come outside the range and then let it come back in the range and give you your CRT move, okay? And your CRT move is just price coming outside of the range and then price coming back in and breaking one of our lower time frame structures. When it comes to currency pairs, I stick to the 15-minute or lower, okay? And then retesting that structure, where that gap is, and then take it down to 50%. GBP NZD. Let's go to our monthly. Let's see what we got going on over here. All right, so we haven't ran a high or a low. Price came really close to last month's low, but it didn't run it. And now price has come really close to last week's high and didn't run it. All right, so that's my weekly CRT, last week's high, low, and 50% of the range. I'll come down to my daily. I don't see that price came into any gaps, okay? Don't see any trend lines. Now I'll come down to my 4-hour, and what gave us this big move? Price came into this order block here, okay? So order block for a sell move is the last up candle before a down move. All right, and then you can mark that the same way as I do those fair value gaps, the high to the low, and see price came to 50% and it closed underneath it. Now, where could price possibly be going? I see a gap down here on the 4 hours, so I am going to mark that gap. Okay. And I see a gap here, right? But price has already reacted from it, and my 50% is going to be stronger than this gap right here, so I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to come down here on the 1 hour, and we also had another fair value gap here. I do see a trend line. I was debating if I wanted to mark it up or not. Here. Only reason why I was debating because it's going to give us a smaller range, but it's also going to protect us, right, from when we want to sell. So price could easily come back here and then bounce back higher, right? So we're going to pay attention to what happens at this trend line. In order to sell, price has to get underneath the trend line and then retest the trend line. And then you can take it down to that 4-hour gap, okay? So we're going to be watching at this trend line. And I'm sorry, I think I see liquidity here, right? Which is back at our high. Yes, these are equal. Try to see this. If I put my magnet tool here, right? And then I just make sure this line is straight. And we zoom in a little bit more. I want to see if price ran it. All right, price did run it. It got that little tiny wick here, okay? So price ran that high, so we don't want to worry. I don't, excuse me, I'm not worried about price coming back to it now. I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna put my high back, okay? I'll put my trend line back here and here, okay? So now we just want to wait for price to come to this trend line. We also have a gap here. What is price going to do? So since we missed this sell, we just have to wait it out and see what the next move is going to be. Euro NZD is looking like GBP NZD. Now Euro NZD has a gap underneath here on our monthly. I am going to mark it because we are almost near last month's low, okay? And I'm also going to mark last month's low. All right, and I'm not going to mark 50% because I want to see price come down here before I want to see price come to the 50% of the monthly. All right, so now I'm going to come to my weekly, and I'm going to mark my weekly CRT range. Last week's high, last week's low, which is right next to our monthly low, and then 50% of that range. And I'm actually just going to delete last week's low, right? Because that's not even really a pip away. I guess it is. It's 14 pips away. It's 11 pips away. But it's close enough, right, to where price is going to pull to this low of the monthly versus just stopping at that weekly, okay? The higher the time frame, the more price is attracted to that area. All right, so now I want to come down to my daily. I don't see, I mean, I could add a trend line, right? I got rejection. I can add a trend line. All right, okay, cool. So it looks like price is trying to come underneath our trend line here on Euro NZD. Now, I would take Euro NZD sell before I take GBP NZD sell because it's giving me a better entry, okay? So now I want to see price come underneath this trend line and, of course, retest it. And then I'll take it down to this weekly, monthly fair value gap. That's 200 something. Are you serious? We have done complete and select two objects that are the same shape. Okay. All right. So now we are just waiting. Yet still a waiting game. See, price is right on this trend line. Price could bounce back up. So we're gonna let today's candle close, and then when we come back this evening, we'll see what's going on. That was NZD, and now we have CAD pairs. All right. Odd CAD, we got in this trade last week, so we just held this over over the weekend, and I'm just waiting for price to hit my TP. I'm not gonna delete my chart. Okay. I am just waiting. So that was Odd CAD. NZD CAD looks like it's doing the same thing, pushing back up. We've missed all of those entries. Okay, there looks like there's probably a possible entry on GBP CAD, so let's mark that one up. Let's go to our monthly. All right, GBP CAD has ran last month's high. And I want to see, did it give a monthly CRT move yet? Oh, it hit 50%. How did I miss that? Let me see. Let's see what happened for real. Let's go down to the hourly. When did this happen? All right, so it didn't hit 50%. Yeah, because that's April. We're in May. This is the last time it hit the 50%. Ooh, we might be getting a GBP CAD monthly CRT move. That's going to be nice. Okay. Let's come to my weekly. I'm going to change these because my monthly zones are red. Okay. I might go back and remark up AutoCAD. Now I need to see really quickly where we are. Okay, it hasn't run a high. All right. Let's mark up last week's CRT, which is here. That's our high. This is our low. And this is 50% of our range. Let's come down to our daily, right? We know price has already ran it. Price is reacting from this gap here. Okay. So is this going to push up to our monthly, possibly into this price balance range here, right? We have our evening star, which created our price balance range, which is a fair value gap and an inversion fair value gap. This is where I would want to see price. I'm going to remove this one because price has already done what it needs to do there. And I'm just going to put this line up here. And this is where I want to see price reject from and come back into my range, okay? Price reject from here. I'm taking it down to my, that's my weekly. Where's my monthly? This is going to be a holding trade, okay? It's 300 pips back down to my monthly. Now, the thing about these swing trades, right? Because I'm not sure if it'll be a swing trade. This could happen, you know, during this week with GBP pairs. What you want to do is watch price at all of these fair value gaps, right? So I want to see price do this, and then I want to see price come back in here. I want to watch to see what happens here, right? Because I don't want price to bounce back up outside of there. Price gets underneath, retest this area. Which would be another confirmation that price is going to go lower. Then I'm going to stack my trades. I'm going to put another entry here. And then the next area I'm going to watch is last week's 50%, which is right here. And there's another gap here. Okay. So what I can do, this second entry that I got in, I'll put my TP here for that so that I can take some money off the table. Okay. That first entry, I'm going to move my stop loss into profit here. All right. Then if price bounce back up, I'll be stopped out in profit on that one. Okay. But if price comes underneath this one, then what I want to see, another retest, I can get another entry. Okay. Then we have another gap here, and that'll be your TP for that other entry. And this one should still be running. Okay, move your stop loss into profit here. All right, trail your stop loss until price comes down here to that weekly 50%. Okay, definitely going to be looking out for that. That's going to be a nice trade. Put that on yellow. All right, Euro CAD. All right, if y'all are in SPX and NAS, price is still pushing up nicely. All right. None of our alerts have went off. All right, let's see. We have EuroCAD, and then we'll actually be done. I think I might remark up AutoCAD. Yeah, let's do that. Let's remark up AutoCAD because I would hate to give my pips back. It's 11:53. It's about to be 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So let's see what's going on here. I'm gonna come to my monthly, and this is where my TP was, right? Last month, because it's so close, right? I want to see AutoCAD run this monthly so that it can run that monthly CRT play with GBP CAD. Okay. All right, so now I'm gonna come to my weekly, and what do we have here? Our weekly high. Definitely still, price is telling me that it wants to come up higher. I'm not gonna mark my weekly high because I have my monthly high here, so I'm not gonna worry about putting a zone there. I am though going to mark my monthly low. I'm sorry, my weekly low and 50% of my weekly CRT. All right, now we're gonna come down to our daily, and as you can see, we had some consolidation, then price pushed up, pulled back into this gap. Doesn't look like it gave us full 50%. Let's see. Nope, it did not. So I am going to mark this gap here because this gap is right underneath our weekly low. Okay. Price get underneath this, retest it, then it's definitely coming down to our monthly 50%. Okay. So that's a vital area for us. Let's go to our 4-hour. All right. So price pushed up from this gap here. That's what's giving us our push up. This is where we got our entry at last week. I don't even think I dropped a chart for that. That sucks. As you can see, I do get stop loss hits and I also get TP, right? Nope. That sucks. We didn't get that on the journal. But as you can see, the trade was called out. Okay. Here on the 16th. All right. I had a limit set and our limit didn't get hit. So we're just waiting on TP. I am going to drop this now, though. What is this, a 4-hour time frame? And I can show you my entry, but I'm going to cover my lot size, okay? All right, you see it? That blue line is entry. So really, it looks like I got in a little higher. Just want to make sure my tool is on right. Hey, Kay, how you doing? All right, so this was our entry here. And my stop loss is below this area here. So do not enter this because this has already ran. All right, we just want to wait for price to run this high and then we'll catch the CRT move if price decides to come back in our CRT range, okay? Alrighty, so EuroCat is our last pair that we have to mark up for today. And then we'll be back tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, going over all of our markups, looking to see what happened, and looking for some more entries, okay? All right, so we're going to start on our monthly. UJ, we already did UJ. Let me go back to it for you. All right, so UJ, we have this gap right here on the daily. I want to see price come down into this gap and then trade higher, okay? Price is kind of just messing around on our last week's low, okay? On last week's low. So I'm just waiting, right? Because right now the dollar came this close to 50% of this hourly fair value gap and it turned around. So I want to see price come back here and then sell and come back into here and then move up, okay? That's why I want to see UJ come down a little further. Now, we got into sales on EU because it gave us a CRT move, okay? I'm looking for price to come back into this gap and then I'll get the group in it. But for now on UJ, wait for price to come to this daily fair value gap, okay? And then you'll come down on your lower time frame and look for a break of structure off of this gap. And then when price breaks structure, it should create another gap and then your entry will be there, okay? You're welcome. And I was looking for price to come back up to this high because we have a weekly fair value gap right here, and this was some more inducement, right? This weekly fair value gap here, right here, where that purple line is. I have to double check and make sure. So price came a few pips away from this fair value gap, 16 pips, right? That's what you call inducement, where price comes near the gap. It doesn't touch the 50%, but it trades away like it did, okay? So now I want to see price come to this gap and then go to that gap, okay? All right, so we're waiting for this daily fair value gap to get hit on UJ. All right, I got a lot of I have a lot of content that I need to be doing because we're getting on these lives and we're catching these looks like somebody's asking a question in the Discord. Trading please input anymore. Let's see what they're talking about. Okay, they're just liking the live, liking what I said. Okay, you can't hear me. my volume is all the way up and I'm all the way on the computer, all the way to the mic. Turn your phone up. All right, so we're gonna come on the monthly on EuroCAD. I'm not gonna mark any monthly areas because price has not ran a low or a high, okay? Although I do see that we have this gap here, but I need for price to come and run this low before I consider it coming into this gap. Okay, so now I'm gonna come down to my weekly and I am going to mark my weekly CRT range. And it looks like price has already ran our weekly high. And I'm gonna mark my weekly low and 50% of my weekly gap. I'm good, thank you, AP4X. All right, so this is what I see on the weekly, right? Price pushed up. Price never came back into this gap yet. It came back into it, but not 50%. Okay? This is inducement again. But I'm not really worried about that area right now because I don't think, let's come down to the daily and let's see on an average day, EuroCAD runs 98 pips, right? And we are $300 and something pips away from that gap. So I'm not worried about this gap right now. All right, so now I'm going to come down to my daily and I want to see what's going on. Price came back into this fair value gap here. All right, so it rejected it once, it sold, came back into it, looks like it's selling again. All right, so now price on our 4 hour is inside of another fair value gap. All right, NAS has crossed our area. All right, so now guys, move your stop loss here. And we want to see if we can get our TP to hit, but we're also going to take partials because this is our weekly high, okay? And this is a also like a rejection area, okay? So take some partials and move your stop loss into profit. I am going to move mine here. And I just want to double check and see where price could pull back to. Okay, so price could pull back into this gap. So actually, I'm going to move mine here because I don't want to get stopped out. Let's see what it's looking like on the 15. Okay, hopefully it just moves into this gap here on the 15. But see, I do this often too. This is why I remind y'all, this currently isn't a gap because this candle isn't closed. So I'm going to go back with this gap here. We have this one, okay? Remember, price broke our structure. This was our last structure point on our lower time frame. All right. So now I'm going to move my alert. Nope, not that. I'm going to delete this one and I'm going to set an alert here because this is my next TP area. And then I'm going to set an alert here because this is my stop loss, which is in profit. All right. Let's check on SPX for our smaller accounts and see SPX has gotten on top of our weekly high, which is nice. This is exactly what we want to see. Okay. All right, let's go back to EuroCAD. Okay, where did we leave off? All right, 4 hour fair value gap. Price came outside of our CRT range. We had another gap here on the hourly that it looks like it's reacting from. So we need this in order for this to be a valid sale, right? I'm just coming down to my lower time frames because I'm trying to look for a fair value gap. Okay. So it has to come back into the CRT range for it to be a valid sale, which it did. It came back, it retested it, okay? And now it's making lower lows and lower highs, right? Until it came here to that 4 hour gap. Now I have a gap here, right here. This is where I would want to see price reject, okay? It's 17-point difference from that 4 hour. So I would want to see price reject here, and then I would come down to the minute time frame, right? Look for my rejection, look for my break of structure, which we don't have our last structure point yet, but our last structure point would be, this is EuroCAD, would be whatever pushes us up into this gap here, and then we can take it down to 50%, which would close our new week opening gap here, right here. This was Friday, this was Sunday, okay? This will actually be a decent amount of pips. It's about 90 pips, so let's see what happens. We can patiently wait on this. It's 1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock. What time frame was that gap? 5 minutes, okay. All right, guys, so I'm gonna go to the restroom. I will be back. We've marked up all of our other pairs. We don't really have any entries on anything besides EU, right? We're waiting for EU to come back to this gap. Looks like NU tried to reject, but it didn't fully hit that. I want to redo my trend line here and here. Yeah, okay. AU, GU. GU look like it might give a CRT range, CRT move. I want to see price come up under here. All right, so nothing else. Everything else we're just waiting on. Oh, Nas is about to hit TP. It didn't even pull back. It didn't even pull back. Let's see if it can push to our TP from this gap. All right, I'm gonna go to the restroom and then we're gonna watch EuroCAD. You need to turn your phone up. You want me to talk louder? When I come back, I'll talk louder. It's 12 o'clock. Everybody's up now. Sienna? 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 UJ, we're waiting for price to come down to that daily fair value gap and then we'll buy. I'll be back. washing machine. All right, Nas is still moving. Is this volume better, guys? EuroCAD, what just happened? All right, this is our gap. Price has not come back to this gap, but it definitely gave us a bearish candle right here. We got 41 seconds left in this candle. So what is price reacting to right here? Is the question. We got a tiny gap here too on the 30-minute. I am Zai. Is that what yours is? Are you asking that question again as far as UJ, or did you get the answer? Were you here when I said that? Okay. We have another gap up here on our 2-hour. So now I'm really going to be cautious with this pullback. This 2-hour gap would actually be the better entry, right? But, price doesn't always do what it wants you to do. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to talk louder. Could y'all do me a favor and tap the screen? Can we get this to 5,000 while we're on here? Okay, so that 2-hour gap is right here, and this is our 5-minute. So now that I come a little further down, they're only a few pips away. It's only 6 pips away, so definitely want to see price come there now. Okay, so this is what I'm watching for. All right, so we are waiting on price to come back into this 2-hour fair value gap. Then we can get some nice pips on EuroCAD down here to 50%, and that'll be our CRT range. Okay, so what time is it? It's 1:16. It's 1:16. Don't know if we're gonna get it within today's candle or tomorrow's candle. I'm hungry, so I am going to leave y'all for another minute and go heat me up some food. Let's see what's going on here. All right, looks like we're getting a pullback. Y'all keep saying that. It's literally only been a few days, guys. Our last live was Thursday, right? And I don't know if you're in the Discord, but my daughter, she passed her test to do dual enrollment, so she's now officially a high school student and a college student. So we've been out celebrating all weekend. And then I was gonna come. I know, right? When I'm on here every day, it does feel like a month, right? And then I was gonna come on last night to do it, but there it was storming and it's dark here still. It's dark here still. So we had a bunch of tornado watches last night, and there was actually a tornado like that hit 30 minutes from my house. So I was like, I'm not getting on live when it's, the weather act up in this area where I stay at. I live out in the country, so a little bit of thunder and lightning, we won't have any power. I haven't heard that there were any type of fatalities, so I believe so. I'm good and hungry. Okay, guys, we're waiting. So we're waiting on Nas and SPX to hit TP, and then sheesh, EU is still moving. There may not be an entry on EU, and I wanted price to come back to this gap, right? But it looks like price came into this gap and dropped. So EU is going to be one of those ones where we're probably not going to catch that. I got back in it aggressively, so I'm in it, but I wanted to get the group in it. But remember, I'm selling to buy anyways, right? I'm selling to buy because price broke out of our trend line, right? So I'm looking for a break and then a retest. So we're not going to worry about it. All right, so we was waiting on EuroCAD and GBP CAD to give us some pullbacks. JPY pairs. We got some good setups for this week. We just gotta wait on these entries. Okay. All right, so we'll sit here and watch Nas and SPX. And I'm about to go heat up my food. Not really any food. EU. 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 Yeah, so we was looking for sales, right? On EU because it gave us our CRT move. Price came out of the range and then price broke our structure here, right? And then it came back into the range, then it retested the range, and then it was giving us lower lows and lower highs. We originally got in here at this gap, and our stop loss was here, but they got stopped out. It was 3 pip stop loss, right? I got back in, but I didn't call it for them to get back in because I was waiting. I didn't want to give them an aggressive entry. So I thought, right, this is why you let price show you, because it's not always going to do what you think. But I thought price was going to pull back here. But it looks like price pulled back here into this gap and drop lower. So we're going to leave EUB, okay, until it shows me what it wants to do, right? Is it going to come back and reject this trend line and reject this gap? Or is it going to come back and give me my full CRT move, which would be here to the 50%, and then close our new week opening gap, okay? So we're going to let price just play out and see what it's going to do from this sale. All right. But for now, we are just holding AuDCAD, which we got in last week. Okay. Looks like we're getting some exhaustion on these candlesticks. I may just call it for the group. Trying to see if there's anything that I missed. We got a nice daily candle, and this is a morning star here. Our bearish candle, our doji, and our bullish candle. So I might just leave it for them. It may just get stuck in a pullback. Yeah, Mondays are always slow, always. That's why I was like, I can mark up today and not have to worry about missing anything. Yep. Thank you, show pick. All right, so this is what we're watching, and I'm about to go heat up my stuff. I'm gonna go off camera for a minute. I'll be back. All right, see you later, for tuners. We'll be here tonight at 8. I'll be live around 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Yeah, 3 as long as your room and stuff is clean. I am Zai. You didn't get what I said on UJ. UJ. All right. So on UJ, there is a fair value gap here on the daily. I'm waiting for price to get here. Okay. When price gets here, then I'll go to my 1 minute and I'll look for a break of structure with a gap. Okay. And then I'll get in for a buy. But I'm looking for buys on UJ from this daily gap below right here to take it back up to this weekly fair value gap. All right. That's what I'm looking for on UJ. That one trade alone should be good for everybody actually on the week. It's 400 and something pips. Alrighty. JPY pairs, they move a lot during the week. So if you see last week, it gave out 372 pips. So it's a realistic target for JPY. You're welcome. Oh, I was saying I have content that I need to put together because we'll really be catching these trades, y'all. If y'all don't get back on the live, catching the weekly analysis is good enough, right? So the week before last, we caught this move up, right? And we just took it back to the weekly high. We didn't catch any of this, but then we caught this down, right? And now we're trying to see if we can catch price back up, right? Because it's just making higher highs and higher lows, higher highs, and we're looking for this to be our higher low for price to go higher, okay? GJ, we're looking for price to respect this gap here, all right, because it ran our weekly CRT move, right? This is our last week, this black line here. It ran last week's low. It came back in. It broke structure on our hourly time frame, right? The higher time frame structure break, the higher chances for the move, right? So it broke our hourly structure because this was our last area that took us down to our last low. So it broke our hourly structure and left us with a fair value gap. So I'm waiting for price to come back into this gap, okay? And this is going to be a hold situation, right? Because I have a gap here, but then I have my monthly high here, okay? So I want to see what's going to happen if price is going to come here or here. Now for a safer TP, right, you can just take it to this hourly gap. Don't be greedy as 200 or something pips, right? But I'm probably going to take some off the table and then see what happens, right? Now looking at my monthly, this is last month's high, that red area. We possibly could come into that gap and then price sell and come down and fill in our monthly CRT range, which is right here, okay? So I'm going to be aware and I'm going to be cautious of this gap here on the 4 hour. I'm sorry, 1 hour. 1 hour. There is a gap here on the 4 hour, right? But I would want it to see the one, hit the one on the 1 hour since it's right above that one, right? So this would just be a 4 hour imbalance close, okay? But we have everything marked up. We're waiting on alerts to go off and we will be back this evening. So right now we are just waiting for Nas and US 30, and I'm waiting on my food to heat up because I'm hungry. All right, so I'm gonna move my stop loss further into profit on Nas. I'm gonna come underneath this area right here. And if we get stopped out, I get stopped out, right? It's 1:30 p.m. Let me see where we can move it on SPX. I'm just searching to see if there's any more gaps in between our weekly high and this weekly gap up here. And I see that we had one right here. This is why price was struggling. Okay, so this is why price was struggling at this area. We've closed on top of it now. So I'm gonna have them move their stop loss probably here. Yeah, on the 5 minute. Let's do that. All right, just because it's 1:30, market is still moving, but we will bank some profits versus if the market decides to do something crazy and come all the way back down to our entry, okay? So if you got into SPX, move your stop loss here underneath this wick. And then if you got into Nas, move your stop loss here, okay? Sienna, so you doing the survey? Okay. Lovely SI04. Are you going to do in person or online classes? All right, so after you do the survey, then you have to click that link to apply to enroll. After you complete that survey, you have to click that link to apply to enroll. She said, don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions. Yeah, you can put my number. Hello. Hmm. On the survey? Yeah, so you'll just be picking core classes like English and math and stuff like that. Stuff like that that you'll have to take regardless of what what major you go into. So that way those classes will count for any major, okay? So like English 101, algebra, whatever science class, probably only how many classes are they telling you got to take? So what options do you have? Psychology is easy. Sociology is easy. All right, looks like Nine stopped us out in profit, and the same on SPX. All right, so we caught a 1 to 2 on SPX. Okay, that was my exit when price came back to it. So, in order to catch price to go up here to that weekly, now you want to wait for price to get back on top of this fair value gap, break that structure, and then pull back, and you can take price higher. I'm going to be done for the day, and we'll be back at 8 p.m. Okay, and we'll see if we got any entries for these other pairs that we marked up. But for now, we're just gonna let the rest of the day play out. It is 1:50, so the market is about to be closing soon. Okay, so I'll see you guys back here at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. All right, y'all have a good day.